Hello. Meow. 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 All right. Are we ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Tony. Let's go. Yep. It's almost New Year. So we're just gonna play. We're just gonna play. Hey, just chill. Let's just chill and play some games before the year ends. This might be my last stream for the year, so let's just do this. Okay? Alright. Oh, it's taking time to load. I don't know why. Why? Like, there's a part of me that I just want to finish this game. Seriously. Alright. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Alright, let's see. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, I did. Mr. and Miss... Mr. and Mr. Why did I say Mr. and Miss? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. This is going to be hard work. I'll try my best to read every line. I'll try. No promises, okay? Oops. I wasn't able to read that. It was bedtime soon, as weren't it? Konnichiwa. Kylie, welcome home. Thanks so much for dropping by. How have you been? Like, I had to say sorry. Like, during your last stream, like I said, be right back, but I wasn't able to chat back. I was there. I was just lurking at the back, but I wasn't able to say, like, hello again. Sorry. But yeah, how are you doing? We're just playing this the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and we're doing the last part of It's Okay. Okay, thank you. We're doing the last part of the last episode of the first game. Yeah, so alright. It was nice, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Come on, reply me. Yes, this is the one with Sherlock Holmes. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How do you figure that out? Whoopsie. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, grr. We hear that. We blab, we squeak, we beach. Beach? You eat peach? Why you peach? Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't grateful enough for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Allow me, it didn't have given me a fright. We was thinking it should come out of the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered. Straightened him in the black. We could have shot a pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tied it up. Yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like rogues at all. Roughs? Roughs at all. We don't, Nash. We don't. They make us sound a little bit more cutthroat. Can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windybank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Cross-examination. Let's see. Okay, let's press everything again. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. There. Well said, Ringo. Me all the time. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, wish for peace. Okay, welcome home. How have you been? Objection. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. How was your Christmas? That's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Right, Nash? Right. Or like we tidied the place up. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Okay, wait. Let's press. So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. The bag of nerds needs to learn to keep its shirt on.
Look, it was loud, all right? Blaming me dead granny with a volume of that bang. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled up in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. I mean, Granny would have been scared back in her grave with a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot you took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and all of a sudden, bam. Mm-hmm. Let us pursue this. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? He claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have. Does it? Might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yeah. It's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me now. And speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gav. Right you are. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, yeah, we did. Although, I suppose if you believe it, you're being honest, we heard a kind of a wavering voice before yelling and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Yeah. Ooh. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voices you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank? On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. Sorry. Excuse me for sneezing. What do you mean? Why are you taskar with a sneeze? I'm sorry.
that you both knew Mr. Windybank in the sound of his voice. Wait, what was said? Oh, okay. I might do that. So that was me now. What?
What, Nash? What? Idiots?
Yes, Camel. So did it what?
No. We didn't know the teaser. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clothing giving us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
I mean, Granny's life it is. And it's Granny's life it must be. It's a good job, his Granny.
Then is conditioned us to say, "Oh, I see." All right. The internet has done a good job conditioning people. You see. To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up. We tied it up after like good little boys. And anyway, the way I see it, the bloke what
Owned the place was an
older gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Okay. Mata. You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands.
Oh yeah, bet that was sight, eh? Them two waving and dance at each other must have got really heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the Jesus say, "If you don't want to get shot." It didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an anti-threat, you could say.
Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. A good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. I don't know what voices I'm giving, I'm sorry.
Well, certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Took this goose brava. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting giving that gun.
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot?
It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Damn. Kind of thing.
Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed.
And then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Wow. It's amazing they even have time to tidy up.
Limit didn't have a grimming of fun. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next.
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not on your life.
What? Sorry.
It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov. It was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, didn't we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the room, of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps?
Don't ring no bells, no light, don't light no lights. We had to cut it and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we really cut the mustard.
Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. But then this is weird. Ren, Okaide, welcome home. Good afternoon. Oops, I missed that. Sorry. What was there? What was said? Ajina wasn't there. Okay, wait. That was just it. Okay. How are you? Oh yeah, by the way, you guys, please check out Ren's tweet. She's doing a raffle promo for one live 2D chibi model. Is it chibi? Ren? And then three chibi PNG models. Like just giving away, right? Oh no, shrimp mode, tummy hurt. Wow, is it the time of the month? Oh no, chibi. All right, please do check out Ren's Twitter. Maybe I can wait. Let me pull it out for you, my dear. I mean, it was the time of the month for me, like Christmas Day, during Christmas Day. Like I was bleeding then, but today is the last day, and there's nothing anymore. I'm sorry to TMI, too much information. I'm sorry. Being a person sucks sometimes. Yeah, I know. I mean, a good thing I didn't become shrimp back in Christmas Day. Chatamate. Let me pull that out. That tweet. So people can participate and maybe follow you as well. Hopefully. Where is that tweet? I know I retweeted it this morning. But please don't include me in the raffle, please. Alright, I see it. Tomate here. Let's go share it with everyone there. Alright. There. Yep, so that's Ren's raffle. Please do check it out. Okay, to confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gav, that's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the back. Straight into him in the black. What does that mean? Oops. Can I go back? No! Okay. That's it. That's the full extent of testimony. So I gotta. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I can play you some Marvel team if you want to. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'd probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It's something more than a feeling, though. I've no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described.
You've concluded that there's something suspicious about their testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old. If she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Wait, we weren't able to press the last 2 statements. Oh, yes, this one. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, yeah, he was a bit hasty there. He was, Nash, he was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf and you all turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
My mom just brought me some tea to enjoy, so let me just move it a little bit.
Chocolate.
Yeah, I think I can place it here.
Chocolate. Meow.
Sorry. Was that loud? I'm sorry.
There, I found something.
Wait, this is scary. Oh, what? Maybe not.
Alright. Alright. Let's fix it up. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking.
And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it? Eh? We could have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance, did we?
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct?
Oh, you've got it, mister. Down to a T.
So the Skulking brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank? Is that really true, I wonder? Okay. This is... We check... Let's check the court record and maybe see if there's something that we can present. Right? Right? Let's see. Like, it's only been a few days. Was it? Was it a few days since I last played? I think, no, not exactly like a few days. More like a week. Right? It's been like... Yeah, it's been more than a week. But we can get over this. We can get through this. The ticket box. Let's examine each one again. We still haven't seen the what was that? The box. We still don't know where that was. Gina Lestrade. Okay. This is fine. Next.
We have the blood samples. Hmm? Oops. What? Sorry. That's wrong. Space. There. All right. So we have this. We don't know whose blood is that, but probably Sherlock's. This is the blood of the thrice-fired Mason. This is the blood of Mr. Windybank. That's all that we have there. Next is the manuscript. The manuscript that Gina was trying to recover. And here, I don't think that's blood. That's just stamp. All right. We have this. We already examined that. Overcoat. Yep. Yep. Oh, the notes. Mason Milverton. Mason Milverton. Lord Baroque. Lord Baroque. Van Zeeks. Today's paper. Is there something in today's paper? Of course, the pawnbroker precious and pickpurse plunder, and we also have this article about like something secrets and overseas from Ministry of Justice. Anything else in here? Nothing else. Okay. Back. Oh, we have the autopsy report. Coroner, Dr. Stevens. 1 a.m. 1 to 1:30 a.m. Okay. April 16. Just a month before my birthday. Okay. So shot from the back. Is it? The storeroom there. Back. The gun. Only S1 loaded in it. Anything else in here? No. Back. Their gun. The brother's gun. Anything that we can spot here? No. Back. Oh, the photo. Photo of Gina. Ooh, Shion! Okay, welcome home. Don't shoot. No, I won't. The shooting was done already. We're investigating the case. How have you been? Okay, this Kaya. What's that? We have those photos. Okay. And then okay, welcome home, Shion. Thank you for this. So I've been good. Fighting up the summer heat. Oh, are you in the other side of the world where it's summer? Oh, please do hydrate. It's pretty cold these past few days here. So it's been pretty nice. So it's not, I don't feel sweaty or anything because most of the year, like maybe for 9 months of the year, it's pretty hot and pretty, what do you call that? Humid. Yeah, there in here. So yeah, these past few days, hopefully it will stay longer. Like the cold months will stay longer because it feels nice. It's, oh my gosh, wish for peace. It's -11 there. That's too cold. That's too cold.
Please do bundle up and warm yourself. New Zealand has weird weather all year round. Really? But I also wonder about New Zealand's weather. I'm curious about it. Like I mean not weather, I mean New Zealand itself. Like I want to be able to visit it in the future as well. Is the scenery nice over there? Wish for peace. Where are you? Why is it -11? That's so cold. Is it snowing there? Yes, bucket list, right? You should come visit. We have a lot of sheep and it's very natural. is it is it like the sheep's there are more sheep than humans in New Zealand, or is it the cow is it the cows that are more than snow only occurs at 0 degrees, but it's negative. So you mean there's nothing at -11 degrees? Can we open it? There. All right, it opens. Sheep everywhere. We have a lot of every animal. Ooh. The other side of the world is really fascinating. Like you have Australia and then New Zealand and then yeah, and then there are lots of like animals and wildlife. There's snow, of course, but I see. I see. It's just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, especially if you don't know what they do. But I'm not a boy. But I mean, you know, when you see a button, you just get curious and then see what happens if you press it. You know when you go to a toy store and then there's a toy that says "Try me," and then there's a button. I would be that kind of kid or that kind of person, even though I'm not. I grew up already, but would press it to see if there's a song that's gonna be playing or maybe something will happen to the toy or something like that. I would be that kind of kid that would press it. As boy says the 10-year-old girl. Snow. I only once experienced snow, like when we visited Japan, and also like, ugh, it's really cold in winter time, right? Like I'm not that good with the cold, but it's if it's just a few, if it's just like visiting a place where it's cold for just a few days or weeks, I think that would be fine. But living through it like all your life, like experiencing it every year must have been hard, especially if you're driving around and then you have to remove the snow before you can drive around, right? And the roads might be slippery as well, so please take care. Is it possible to put a picture or something? Oh, where? Nothing else? Can we use it? No? Oh well. Let's go back. What else do we have? Nothing else? People. Do we have other people in here? Professional baddie. Okay. Go back. Let's go back. Where in the world and their testimony is wrong? We aren't trafficking for nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard your voice saying loud, "Give me that gun." The
what owned the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired. He should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Like, how were they able to see this, right? But what do I present? Oh, oh, ちょっと待って. Do I present this? Hmm. ちょっと待って. Let me save before I present that. I just want to be sure. All right. Okay. Go back. Let's present the photo. Back. Maybe. Oh, maybe. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got a picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Oh, Lunriel! A kindly welcome home. Thank you so much for the follow. How have you been? Happy holidays. Hope you're chilling. Let's have some tea. The tea's hot. The tea's hot. Oh my gosh, the tea's hot. Too right, Nash. Too right. Old Caesar could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. Please join us on the chat and tell us about yourself if you want to. You know, no pressure. If you want to lurk, it's just fine as well. But we really appreciate your presence. Thank you so much for the follow again. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning. Witnesses. But, what? Skulking, never skulking. That is weird. The bloke on the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired. I mean, so that's not the point. Give me a frag. He was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Ooh, wait, this is new. I. So you didn't try to open the store? Wait, no, it's not. No. Lock from the inside. Yeah. Don't ring no bells. Which is so it's not that. Neither of you set foot in the storeroom. Okay. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into the black. Present. Is there anything else we can present? Wait. Save again. Let's save again. We can never be too careful, you know. Back. Have you played this game before, guys? Do we present the other picture? This one? No, it's not. It's not. It's not that one. Oops. That's not that one yet though. Load. Yes. But what? Okay. We could have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance. Did we? We never had a chance. Did they never really had a chance? Hmm. Hmm. Did they really never get the chance? The single round was fired. But yeah, it's already. Hmm. Hmm. Not that one. Blood samples, no. No. Oops, no. Back. Is it this one? This one? There's a single discharge here. This one? No. Not exactly. Never got a chance. Never got a chance. There's something missing. There is something missing. Let me go back. Let me review again what we pressed. Let me just press again. Well, you know, yeah. Yep. Why did I ransack? You tidied it up. Why? Did you mess it up? Like, okay. Oops. Let's go back. Yelling. Someone was yelling. Because if you're being honest, okay. We don't want to get shot. Give me that gun. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Wait! If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. So, like, it's possible that there's another gun. You know? But there are only 2 guns. Right now. So, where's the other gun? That was a weird one. Why is it like that? I don't get it. They both knew Mr. Winterbank. Do they? Is that what we should push for? Oh, brain. Will we be able to finish this case today? Please. I want to finish this. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so she should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Oh!
Was this the one that I pressed earlier? Hmm. 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 No, 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 not press. Back. Fudge. I shouldn't have pressed. The two waving then guns at each other. So there are two guns. Oh, you don't want to get shot. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one that was weird. Okay. All right. Now I think I get it. Maybe I think I get it. Okay. Let's go back there. Let's go back there. Let's try again to present that. Oh, there were two guns. Oh, wait. Oh no, this is also the case earlier. This is weird. So no, that's not. Maybe it should be the other photo. Okay. It should be the other photo, I guess. Maybe this one. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun, and is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. And she has. No question. Also the same. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Damn. Kind of thing. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Wait. Let's say first. Okay. Back. Alright. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Not in this one. Oh, it's this one. Because it was... He was hit at the back. It's not at the front. Right? According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true,
It would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Windybank was in fact shot from behind. Ah, so, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Ah, yeah. but it's God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When we saw it that night, when he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. You saw it. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Oh. um, something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Dash, yeah. Oopsie.
Order, order, order. Witnesses, explain yourself at once.
Well, the thing is, it was supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears.
That made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. If you blab now, you know what it'll do to us.
Who?
He?
Who are they talking about?
Exactly, who are they talking about?
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on. The game's up. But, you'll have our guts regardless.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. And demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well, do we have to?
On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Encounter with the victim.
Alright, so we just got inside the cabin and heaved a sigh of relief when the cheeser showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like we was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old cheeser, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. He never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Ooh. So you're now telling us that the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Ooh. That's time to drink some tea.
Yeah, well, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, Ash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Drink some tea, guys. Drink some water. Don't forget to hydrate. Keep yourself warm if you're in the cold. Keep yourself
Hydrate yourself and please uh, go somewhere cold if you're feeling hot. Lol.
is that inside again? Okay, let's press.
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank.
Well, sorry, I mean, that's right. He was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the cafe, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. Coming in and out of the rain.
The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Genie must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrive?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What? That mall tooler? I couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobbler. We had a bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old teaser just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought he had it.
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, hey, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding the gun at the time?
Was he ever blindly loving a great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me front his face?
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time, is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us. He did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean, for an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. We knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, a big bro here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you, and the old geezer pinned him. He did, Dash, he did. If he had been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a boom bungee in seconds.
At that time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. Ooh. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? No, never. I was just, looking out for me, bro, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the store when you pointed your gun at him? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He showed me a way and then ran off through that door and shut himself in. Ooh. Shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Yeah, something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jeannie was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to trap him in and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? The inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's what all happened, I swear. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room door, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you, that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank? Was there anyone else apart from Gina? I mean, yes? Like, are they saying, like, in the storeroom?
But who?
Well, they're just saying that anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank, but they didn't say that it has to be. They have to be inside the storeroom because there's a window that you can peek into the storeroom. So it's still possible that there's someone else that could have been Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face at night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. Oh, you have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So, Bray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Do, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the follow!
Abandoned bad dragon toy. Oh, why were you abandoned? That's so sad. Okay, welcome home. How have you been? And thank you so much for letting me reach my goal, my follower goal. Yay! We now have 350 followers. Thank you so much. Yep, I really appreciate that. Welcome home, Okairi. Wait,
Heyo! Heyo!
how have you been? What should I call you? Like a dragon toy?
It would change. It would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Wait. You just woke up and made coffee? Ooh, that's nice. Although I don't drink coffee. I have tea right now. Good morning, by the way. Is it morning on your end? Ohayo gozaimasu. You don't know what I'll call you? Let me just call you a dragon. I'll call you dragon.
It's noon. Alright.
He is too. Yeah. Oops. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. From here. I'm supposing it's from here. Almost noon. That's fine. I woke up like past noon. Like almost 1 p.m. That's how late I woke up today. Go have some lunch. Are you gonna have some lunch soon? And happy holidays. We're gonna point it here. Okay, I'm sure of that. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? I mean, here, right? Can be here. I mean, he was posed here. Do you play Ace Attorney as well? The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of the blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? Hypno, Sakai, welcome home. Yeah, Ace Attorney. Well, not exactly like the Ace Attorney original, the main Ace Attorney. Like, yeah, Phoenix, right? This is the ancestor of Phoenix, right? This is we are playing as Ryunosuke Naruhodo here. Like in ancient times. Not like ancient times, but like in the past. I remembered playing the entire series on DS. Ooh! The original one? Have you played this one? This is like a prequel to the game. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah. Where was the shooter where the fatal bullet was fired? So, you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. From the first game, the spirit of justice. Ooh, even to Apollo Justice. You know what? Like, I don't
exactly remember if I was able to play Apollo Justice. And there were other games like featuring Miles Edgeworth, right? I'm not exactly sure if I was able to play those as well, but then there were like some inkling that tells me that I was able. I mean, like there are some figments from my memory that reminds me that I was able to play those. Um, by the way, I used an emulator because I don't have any DS. Yeah, the Ace Attorney Chronicles. Ooh, that's nice. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Ooh. Miles Edgeworth had a good story as well. Ooh. I think I was able to play that, but for some reason I don't know why I can't remember it. That's why I'm not really sure. What I wanted to play though, the one that I wasn't able to play, I'm sure of this, is like the crossover between Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton. Because I also played Professor Layton up until maybe the third or fourth game. I don't remember, but I'm sure I wasn't able to play like the last games of Professor Layton, and I am also sure that I wasn't able to play the game of like Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton series. Not series. I mean that game. I wanted to play that, but you need 3DS for that, right? It's not like you can play it on an emulator. Sad. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah, yeah, 3DS. Do you have 3DS? I don't have 3DS. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah, nah. Mm. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. He claimed the victim was shot as he fled into the room. He also claimed that his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom, in which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Let's say first. Oh my gosh. Okay. Before I continue, before we guess, like who locked the door, can I take a short break? Like I just really need to go to the bathroom. Okay. All right. Be right back. Okay, I am back. I am back. I'm back, my dears. Let's go back to who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside. Could be probably most likely this one because most probably Nash because he's the one who's taller. Probably. My gosh, 26 and 27 years old. Seriously? Why did they look like they're older than that? I'm sorry. Was I able to save? I was able to save, right? Let's just present this. Is it? Oh my gosh, is it? Obviously, that person could only have been. Just a moment, you know? Oh, what? I'm just about to point dramatically at the prosecution and unveil an amazing revelation. Sorry, but just before you do, maybe you should take a deep breath and think things through one more time. The storm was locked from the inside, so whoever locked it must have been inside too. Don't you think? Ah, like Mr. Windibank, you mean? Well, yes, except that he was dead. But there's someone else it could have been. Only one person, really. Oh, only one other. Eh? You're out of time, I'm afraid. For which you must be penalized. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Fine, we're not gonna be restarting that. There's a time limit. Now then, let me pose the question again. In the scenario just described, the defense assertion said the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. I forgot to voice it, sorry. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Eh? Seriously? Seriously? Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at that time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Jeannie would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Jeannie in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh, I see. Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Alright, looking for a bit get that. Of course I will. I'll do my best. Lurk well and happy holidays again, Hypnos. Thank you so much for dropping by. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard that intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruh. If your theory is correct, that will leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where I go with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't God, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never stood no one.
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Culkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Oh no. Freedom as a Coleman, kindly welcome home. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as the dense forest. Hey, that was amazing, Reno. Let me just get some food. Let me just get some food. And yeah, happy holidays. All right, I'm back. I got myself some brownie, but it's not brown. So what do you call this? I'm not so sure. And go also, you guys go eat as well. Like have some snack, and don't forget to hydrate yourself. But yeah, I'll be taking a bite of this first. Thank you so much for feeding me. Ah. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Good. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. All right, let me take a drink as well. Yum. All right, I used up all my tea. I drank up all my tea. Thank you for the snack. No, no. ごちそうさまでした。
Alright, all the members of the jury seem to be fairly on your side now.
I know, first time ever and probably the last. Why?
Well, I think you've done it. Surely we have to give a verdict of not.
An admirable effort, my learned friend. What? What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I find myself to defend that argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery? Chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such a blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What are these words? Oh my gosh. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw.
Or do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets?
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel.
Yes, sir.
Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The difference presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonged to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the 2 brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means when the bank shot by the same gun, stop, only 1 bullet, stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Oh no.
Oh no, oh no.
Order, order, order.
Order.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Jeannie Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. Oh no, the disc.
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Mr. McGillicuddy's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGillicuddy has to be taken in as evidence now.
Why am I using the same voices for everyone?
Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGilda's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. Wait, I'm looking for something to put on below my laptop because it's kind of heating up. Probably my clamp would suffice. Because like I have a laptop cooler, you know those cooler with fans, but it's back in the storeroom. Maybe I should also turn on the fan again. I turned it off because I was thinking, oh, it's cold enough. But then here in the room, it's kind of warm. So let me just turn it on. It's Tuesday today, right? It kind of feels like it's already almost Wednesday or something like that. I'm not sure why I feel like that. All right. Wait, since we were able to reach our goal earlier, maybe we can change. Wait, weren't we? Were we able to already? Didn't we reach the goal already? No. Oops. I'm wrong. Did I turn on sub only chat? Oh no, that's my mistake. No, turn it off. No. Alright. Oops. No. I'm sorry. Disabled. There. Disabled. Alright. Where was that? Manage goals. We reached it, right? How come it says 349? Is it? No. I don't understand. Fine. We'll just keep it then. That is weird. That is so weird. I thought we already reached it earlier. Anyhow, let us continue. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact as its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's. Oops. Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and I think it was agreed that this disc won't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. Yeah, why? I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Oh no. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Oh no. Whatever that is. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. A bailiff. A music box why do I mispronounce music box disc? Music box disc has been entered into the court record. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Bow. And then take a bow. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decision and rest my case. Oh no. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. I've been stumbling about it in a bit of a fog up to now, if the truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is barely obvious to me and my man. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your learnings as to the defendant's culpability. Oh no.
有罪
Again.
有罪
Use I.
有罪
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 Oh no! Again. Again. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. It seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Carry them squadrons, primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay. Shall drink water. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. Let's autoplay. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different bring you to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was the big pocket.
I would never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Again.
The accused tempted of death on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistic expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I don't know about guns. It would seem there's a little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in the black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I had jolly well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair, Iris. That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie has done some things she wouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually.
Huh?
That's no preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Back.
Yes, my lord. All right. Once again, try this. All right. Just because Miss Lestrade has history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Oh well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? wait, saying like that. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have been a point there, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier. Or am I mistaken? Wait, we haven't checked the disc, right? Yeah, I think we have to examine because there's blood in there, so we kind of have to spray it on.
Oh, Bruno, look! There's blood.
Yes, you're right. Just small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that desk, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
Boom. Whose blood is it? Oh, it's green.
Eh? Ooh, a lovely bright shade again.
Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Alright. At least now we see. There's a note as well. For McGilded.
That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Alright, I think there's nothing else. Creepy like how the spikes there are, but then if you look at the sideways, you can imagine it like being just little tents or mountains or like something like that. Alright. Okay, I think we're done with this. They weren't able to find any player for this one. So that's it for now. At least we were able to update this one before we press further. Where's the last one that we found? Green. It makes you curious, like whose blood is it then? Was it not? If it was Herlock's, I mean. Seems weird, but yeah. Let's just proceed. Exactly, I tried to swipe that only...
Not exactly.
Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
But you... Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. Oh, you're right. You're right.
We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
Mr. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. I mean, we tried already.
It's only 2 bullets are found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done. Not yet.
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced?
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like to find china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Can we prove it? Can we prove that there's another bullet somewhere? But where? Not there. Hmm. Hmm. Wait. No representation papers. Morning paper. No. A single discharge. Single round was fired. But if there's another. Uh, Windy banks. Let's see this. This is only it. This is it, right? Nothing else in here. Back. Signs of a single discharge. Single round was fired. Like, will there be another? Examine. Is this really the same revolver as that of Mr. Windybanks? Eh. How come the door here doesn't have a window in it? That's weird. Is this Mr. Windybank's gun? Really? What if this is another gun? Gina was holding this. Let me examine. It looks like that with that part. And then that the collar, yes. And we check this one again. Oh, she's holding that part. So it doesn't clearly say that it's the same. So, yeah. Oh, is there anything in here? No. No. Oh, now it clearly shows the window there. Okay, let's go back. People? Are there so many people? No. Back. Let's just save this first before anything else. Yes.
Save complete. Okay.
Let's go back. 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 If I say I can prove it, I have to show proof, of course. But then I cannot prove it yet. That's possible. Wait, maybe not the third bullet, but the third gun is possible. It's impossible. It's impossible for now. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation.
Yes, I know.
Right.
And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
You don't need a stereoscope to see this one. Okay. Let's press. So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one.
Exactly, then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this.
So if you have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them.
And I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock.
How can you be so sure of that?
Think about it. The Scullion brothers shot the great detective, didn't they?
Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice.
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Oh no. This person again. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir?
The defendant's life is on the line here. Oh, well, the thing is, I can't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his. Oh, what? But the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Hmm. I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on. What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? No, Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Oh, yes, good lord. It was the Hairlock fellow. What?
Oh no.
You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. This is fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. That fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other. So I opened it up like a shop. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb, but I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Hate to state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as it's clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Huh? Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. Ooh, what? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times did I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Wait. Mr. Soam's surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He'd lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Ooh, burnt. As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient? Well, I wouldn't have done, wouldn't I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. I'm not gonna lie, the Sockler looks more of a Pokemon. Yeah, that's right. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me into insanity. If only there were some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. The accused attempted a theft of the previous day. I can see... okay. What do you mean you're in for a busy day? For God's sake, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer, stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages From personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital, I convert all these messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. Sometimes I'm curious, like how do you make or do a Morse code? I'm not exactly like curious, but maybe more like I want to be able to remember and learn them, memorize them. But it's not like I was able to memorize the uh what was that? Like when you spell out, but then you use alpha, beta, Romeo, llama, etc. What is that called? The entire world. Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication networks, stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe, stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? There's like a whole chart of the characters. Yeah, exactly. But not. You really have to like study it or maybe memorize it so that you can, or if you have a chart like on your very accessible, it would be nice. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There's nothing I don't know about guns. Oh, we now know who to bid against. I thought you were just tourist.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. No, he's just a visiting tourist.
So you're a ballistic expert. Who knew?
I have much experience with guns.
Ah,
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, virulent bath of, no blood of,
extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps.
Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me.
Plus, during war, Morse coders have to encrypt messages to a different set of characters, and the coders encrypt them to get the real messages.
I see.
Like, if that's your field of like expertise, if that's your work, you really have to memorize it eventually, right? Like back in my previous work, like my first full-time work, right beside our telephone line, we have not the Morse code, but we have the alpha lambda thingy. Just a chart like saying that, so that when we have to communicate with people who will call, or maybe someone we will call, and then we have to spell out something just to make it easier and more and better to understand, we can use that code. There's nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. And then they change the encryption rules so that I see, so that even if in case people get the encryption, they wouldn't be able to encrypt the message. Unencrypt them, I mean. Decode them, I mean. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No. Still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns and bullets. We do indeed have a mystery over guns and bullets. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material, And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Okay. We bit. We save this first. And then we bit those two who needs expertise and stuff like that. Let's save. This one bit with this. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert. Pitting. B-I-T. On the night in question, Mr. Shones was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Shomes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Shomes was shot, which is weird. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. The apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation is very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Never? What if it never hit you? Why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? What? Eh? ちょっと待って. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. Oh. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But, okay. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. ちょっと待って. Can we look at the picture again? Like, yeah, no, I was thinking if there was blood over the bullet, but there was none. All right, let's go back. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Reno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Seeks. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured,
They removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful at the moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Holmes' pouch. The pouch. I see. I see what? So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files was broken and leather around it is scorched black.
Make sure to hydrate.
It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded. So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. Oh, this bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Is it? Feels weird. A delightful complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of his case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight.
Thank you, young man. Da. Thank you very much. I'm glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Harley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can afford to overlook anything here, Irinosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it. Are we sure? Are we sure? Let's see. Let's check that new piece of thingy. Ooh. Let's check that. It's really scorched badly just here.
Oh, this trap is broken. Look. This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see. We see a bullet. Oh my gosh. Chotomatte. Whoa, what the? Iris, look. Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it?
Ah, that's a Skulkin Brothers bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit this pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night. We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press the juror again, I think.
The 3rd bullet has been entered in.
A projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Sholmes' pocket caused one of the files to explode, injuring Mr. Sholmes. Alright. Let's also examine the other things. This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion?
Well, heard explosions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does, but they are also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They are very dangerous. Oh, I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited.
Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left is a danger zone. What else is in here? Oh! Ooh! Oh, look! There's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind.
Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Anything else in here? I don't think. Eh? These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes. I like fingerprint powder to solve where people have touched things and scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bum. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. Anything else? Like I think it's just the same. Okay. All right. I think let's go back and then let's examine this first. If there's anything to examine, that is. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulking Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yeah, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hey, Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
There's a dent? Something like that? Oh yeah, it's same. Still the same. Oh, still the same. Like, I'm just checking, like, if it's the same pattern as that bullet that was fired that hit the calendar. Well, doesn't seem the same, but how would we know if it is? There's also no bullet. I mean, no evidence of bullet here. Nothing else? Okay. Anyhow, we can now press the other drawer. Here. We can press. We can press now. Press. How to press? How to press? Okay. If there's another bullet, okay, we can. I can prove it. We can prove it now. Allow me to show you then the third bullet. Wow, we can show the third bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windybank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by... Ooh. Linwa! Okay, welcome home. How am I? I am good. How have you been? Happy holidays. Do you mean to say that the shot fired by the Skulking Brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. How have you been? How was your Christmas? What the? Holidays were awesome? That's great. Are you still on a break right now? You know, these days, like the days between Christmas and New Year, are the chillest of days. If you know what I mean. Two guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. How was the food during Christmas? And the examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean.
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Arr. Arr. Order. Well, this submission examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Oh, more. Wah.
The Skulking brothers.
I kind of want those fries, you know?
Governor.
Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preambles. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of it if I can't help it.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov. God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never. The Skulking brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Let me. That's an head scratcher.
The counsel for the defense.
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night.
My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Either they had a secret accomplice, they had another gun, or it has nothing to do with them. I think they had another gun. I mean, it would be weird if only one of them has a gun. Let's just say first. Alright. Okay. I think they have another gun. They must have had another gun. On that night at Windybank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been in possession of another gun. We know that only 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms already in the court record. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pigsville. What? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of the 3rd man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will all be crushed. The prosecution demands answers to 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, that the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... I don't think we're ready to present answers, but let's just save for now before we say anything else. Okay. Are we ready to present answers? I don't think so. Like, who would? We're unable to present answers. The questions are, who's the third person? Right? Something like that. Excuse me. Excuse me. The defense is unable to complete a sentence, it would seem, much less provide any credible answers here. Yes, it would appear so. Very well, this trial will now... Totomate. Wait, please. Good gracious, counsel. I have to keep the momentum going here. I can't give up now.
This is just like scientific research, if you ask me.
Sorry?
When you start doubting yourself and thinking you can't possibly work something out, you become blind. Even though in truth, the answer you're looking for is right there in front of you.
The answer is right here in front of me. My lord, actually, the defense would like to present answers to the questions posed by the prosecution. So, my Nipponese friend, despite swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. But your earlier tongue-tied display will not... Oh my gosh, no! Now I wish I'd bit my tongue instead of speaking before I made up my mind. It would have hurt less. Okay, wait. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof you had that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Ah. Wait, can I... What the... I only have 2 now. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. But I only have this proof. Like, who is the third person here? Like, who's this unknown? Back. I think that's the only one that we can present. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? This one. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
By the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood is it. It is.
Although that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. Why is it very exciting? Oh my gosh, juror number 5. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man.
Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. Hmm? The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. We can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is the alleged third intruder? I mean, there's only one other. Probably this one. Oh my gosh. Do I save and then just keep the two markings? Or do I repeat and then keep? No. Let's push through with this. Oh my gosh. The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Bam, 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 bam. Broker? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say... Why am I reading this? Any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time. And can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Oh, yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windybank for a print showing the fellow. Ooh. 11 a.m. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder cabinets. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning. And you claim this man is a brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
Never seen Caesar before in me life. On me life, go, on me life. Never seen him.
Chotomate ne. There's someone that messaged. Chotomate. Okay. All right. I'm back. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
And then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
Oh my gosh. How? How do you prove this, Leonosuke? This is the last piece of evidence.
I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Oh my gosh, is it the disc? Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Oh my gosh, I am not so not ready. I am so not ready. Yes. Okay. I was thinking that maybe I should have had saved on another slot. Alright. Well, I have. This is it. Proof that the man in picture was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. It's the disc, right? It's the disc. It's this. It's this. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks, which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, it's the disc. Here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
Oops. Ah, oh, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp?
You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
I see. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say, it's green.
It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windybanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
What? There was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets.
Oh, what are you talking about? It's blood in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What? Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories from the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the blood stain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to your successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he right?
Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction? I don't know. I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have?
I'm just
just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
Merry Christmas! Why you mention Father Christmas? Oh, is it because like the judge looks like Santa Claus?
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Ah, in other words, the examination isn't over yet, isn't it? Is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And any summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Shom's partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Harris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
無罪
Muzai.
無罪有罪 無罪
Ooh. Ba-doom. What? That's cruel. Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. Oops. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to a real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. And nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector,
Me? Ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown.
Oh, right, yes. This one, you mean. Of Mr. Benedict?
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say. You know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No. Good gracious. Order. Juror number 5, how on earth?
I am a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see. Konnichiwa, Kylie. Welcome home, Pachongs.
The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop.
Have you been? Happy holidays, Pochongs.
He should be in the communications station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the Countess would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that is. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station... what was that? Happy holidays out there. Alright. Like, what was that? We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangement with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. The court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Wow.
Let me just stretch for a bit.
How have you been, guys? We almost died there. I hope like my lifespan would be refilled or something. Please. I need more life. Let's have some. Let's hydrate. How have you been? I hope you guys have been doing well. Yo tomate. Ooh. Oh. Okay. There. Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What?
Oh, what is that? Sorry.
Oh, I saw it. That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Chinny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Runus cleverly managed to piece together and a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. All right then.
What's that? I don't know what was that.
It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember. Excuse me.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1. The Windybank's place. I had to know if Iris Star was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Oh, it was Leonoska that was speaking. What?
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that shows don't like. Something what they don't want people reading. So that's why you lied to Iris about sticking it plug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windybank's.
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea what that was gonna kick off, did I? I stuck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And that's when
What do you think you're doing?
I nearly died. I did. And the next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what.
Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for an armed robbery.
The manuscript. Have you got it there?
Did Jones leave a load of papers with you? A story?
Did Sholmes leave a load of paper with you? A story?
I'm sorry. I beg your pardon?
The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it here. That's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
Ooh.
Okay.
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that to just check for me, Chinny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that?
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Can I possibly have my gun back?
Well, I come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
Oh.
And with that, he took the gun out of me and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go to the storeroom myself. Out the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang.
2 bangs?
I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it, quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Windybank might come for you?
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured it would have fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew.
Oh no.
Windybank was a gunner.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Poor
poor Mr. Winniebanks. Alright.
I felt funny in me and all of a sudden kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
Oh. That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
Blah, blah, blah. Tongue tied.
That cove, what was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole bag of lies. And you cut a bog trawler up with them, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but at the pain of that error of judgment, it doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it was me who had done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Always be my best friend. Asogi. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Asogi. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. Not completely. Ouch. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Aww. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. This is heartwarming. Why am I crying? No. Oops, sorry. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. If you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. Okay.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina. Time to stretch. But no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Rixona.
Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar.
You're not like Mr. McGilded. I know that. Eh?
That's right. You're our friend, Jeannie. Iris.
We know you better than you think. We know you better than you think. I don't know what to say. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Kayo ay worth the Wilkins.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Mr. Naruto, I Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head on to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Aww. Cried. I'd been both a defendant and the defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Oh my gosh, I can see the end, guys. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too. Aibo.
How are you guys? I hope you're doing well. Let's finish this case, shall we?
I'm glad no one redeemed Sing mode. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, a subpoenaed witness had just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Why that noise? Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eckert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Bam, bam, bam. There he was. That fancy-looking fella. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. And now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Ashley, why the heck are you here? Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station.
And now perhaps somebody would kind of explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on the Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place of the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche will do the fandango, and the lightning very, very frightening me. Galileo! Okay. Some scaramouche detectives' home-brewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Bum 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 bum. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? Wrong voice. I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Afternoon tea again? Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are Vyunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon on Sean. So, what? The top hat reminds me of Kaito Kid. From Detective Conan. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright. The accusation. Yay, we have complete lives. I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking service. Yeah. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It's like he's a VTuber using the name Eggert Benedict rather than real name. The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. Wait, so what did I miss? Oh, okay. That was just that. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated question. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give away anything. This could be tricky. But are serious suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Have you seen these two men before? This bear? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egret Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? Well, that is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Joshua, Kylie, welcome home. How are you doing? How am I doing? I'm doing great. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. We're just finishing this case. Yep. You're doing good. That's great to hear. Happy holidays. You're about to finish OG Dragon Ball. Ooh. Wait, you mean game or the anime? You watched the OG Dragon Ball anime? Or manga? You read the manga? Anime. Oh, I see. That's cool. Yeah. I know. The different one. I mean, because I grew up with Dragon Ball Z and GT. So I'm not exactly that familiar with the OG Dragon Ball, but that's what my dad watched, I guess. That's what my dad knew. The original Dragon Ball. Yeah. Mr. Shom's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. You really like it? Oh, but do you think it aged well? I mean, sometimes there are animes that would be nice during the time it was aired, but then after, if you try to rewatch it now, it might be tiring or might feel like it's too long. But if you enjoyed it, and then maybe it's nice to give it a try. Where did you watch it? But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that blood is mine? Yeah, exactly. How can you be so sure? I sailed the seventh. Are you Sinbad or something? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shom's chemical is able to differentiate different bloods. Spare me the science lesson. Who was this Shom's character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. How was your Christmas, Joshua? Did you eat well? A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Ooh. What is this? Also, the English dub may not be that good, and some scenes with Roshi are sus. But overall, it holds up really good. Oh, you watched English dub? Eh, why English dub? Why not Japanese dub? Or you know what? Like I really like the Filipino dub. Maybe because I grew up with it. I enjoy the voice of Goku in the Filipino dub. It was voiced by Mr. Jeffrey Utanes. Yeah, he's a very well known voice actor in the industry here in the Philippines. Jeffrey Utanes. Hi. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
And what? Me?
No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right. I've had enough to hear with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not big, bro, sulky. Oh, you like the English voices more, I see. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Eh?
Poor blimey, governor. You what? We grew up watching the Dragon Ball Z Kai. Oh, so Sean Shamel will always be Goku to me. Ah, I see. All right. I guess that's why. Is that why you watch it in English dub? Sometimes there are just series. For example, because I grew up watching Rurouni Kenshin in English. Like it was shown in English first on national television, right? I got used to hearing their voices more in English, and I mean, I liked it more in English rather than in Japanese or Filipino. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share what that thought with the court?
Yeah. And me thoughts? I had nothing on them. That must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing else, Calvin. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm like around like that much more and open up the wound again, that's all.
Oh, wound again. What wound?
Right at the blood, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was well, I was worrying for him and
Oh,
all's bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Yeah, right. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel.
Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Eh? What do you mean? I mean, you were there the other day. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ooh. I have no idea what you're talking about. Chotto. You have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact. Weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from cameras that Hurley installed in windy banks.
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. Don't tell me they're gonna refute that. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Yeah, why? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Renault?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from this witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So you says he had nothing to do with the windy banks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Pam pam pa pa pam. Let's see. Let's see the court record first. Chotomate. Let's examine. Who gave this again? The small box. One small box, 10 shillings. 13th of April. Oh yeah, but this came from the pocket. Owned by the victim. No. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery. Who got this again? I forgot. Teens representation papers, blood samples portfolio. Let's just check. Okay. We have the disc as well. Pop Windy Bank. Mason. Manuscript. The ticket for the coat. Who had this again? I forgot who had this. Mr. McDilda's case notes. Okay.
Today's paper. Government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Okay. Autopsy report. Okay. Photograph. Okay. Crime scene, floor plan. The guns. The other one. Photograph of Gina. Post-shooting photograph. Stereoscope. Music box disc. Show's pouch. The third bullet. Eh? But where's the other photo then? It hasn't been presented in the court? As evidence? Oh no! Okay, wait. Recently used upon broken surfaces from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I could lead the business dogs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. Such Scaramouche detective homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Wait now. Wait a little bit. Let me just save this. Yes. Save. Okay. It's saved. I'm sorry, why am I speaking like that? I don't know. Can we present the disc here? I think that's it. Yeah. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Oh, why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Whittebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. I wonder, like, if you count that tiny bumps in the disc, would it count to 100? So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Oh. Ew. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What was the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Blah blah. Order. Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. And the disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident.
Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for for McGilded, but that item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy Cutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once in the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Hmm. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Oh, good lord. Mr. Grayton, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself are acquainted? Oops. Yes, that's correct. Oh no, this is getting deeper and deeper. Oda. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
It's funny that Mr. Grayton here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Cross-examination. Okay. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there's a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. Well, I first met Mr. McGilded at Gentleman's Club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? Well, that's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent, Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course, he wouldn't take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable fond of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded once to the shop in order to explain my situation. Yeah. I'm sorry for yawning. Have you ever been to Windybanks before?
Only once for the purposes of bonding something.
But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the big purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Can't say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? Oh, that's right. That was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Is something wrong, Inspector?
Did you see? The fries just disappeared from his hands.
Oh, well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering in Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector?
Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had the dark side too.
Oh, where are you going this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough.
Coppers like me have duties to carry out what we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw
print first. Why made Lord Strongheart a dog? Paw print. What's all this about?
It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal.
Mr. McGraden, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to bring in the shop later in the stream. Really? But perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items.
No.
Shagbrack, okay, welcome home. Konbanwa. How have you been? Also, the wa in konbanwa should be ha, not wa, actually. Konbanwa ha.
Not at all. Sorry if I corrected that.
Oh. Also in konnichiwa, it's also ha in the end, not wa. I don't know why. How come, like, if you use the particle wa, it's ha, not wa. It's the
hiragana ha and not the hiragana wa. I don't know why. How have you been? Happy holidays. I've yet to check the song. You know, the song that you are requesting me to cover as your reward for being the um top patron. Wait, just a simple song by Bruno Mars. Haven't checked it yet. I will check it after this. I promise. I promise. I will check it soon. Soon. I know, but iPhone is not smart enough to know that. Oh, really? Why? Does it auto type? You cannot type it like by yourself? The valuer was brought in by the police that says everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGillis' disc. Wait. Have you not been listening, man? Yesterday night, my neighbor's dog barked the whole night. Oh no! Wait, it was past 10, so barked. It barked the whole night. Oh no. So you weren't able to sleep peacefully? Oh, that's sad. Were you able to catch up on sleep? I hope you did. Or do you have work today? You may recall that it has been seized by the police that afternoon. It was nowhere in the shop that night. Then as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? There is something. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
You have work today, but there's coffee. you guys all in chat like coffee. I'm glad you enjoy your coffee. That's good for you. I still don't like coffee. I'm sorry. The lurkers as well who like coffee, I'm so sorry. Give it to me like in a frappuccino form or something like that. I might take it. I'm just not a big fan, but I can drink if I need to, but I would need a lot of creamer or maybe some milk and then some sugar as well to make it sweet. I have to make it sweet or else I won't be able to drink it black. And then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Grexy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what that is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. McGraden is lying in his testimony. Okay, I think I know what to present. Let's just say first. But other than that, I only recently can take black coffee. I used to only drink latte or cappuccino. Cappuccino. I like cappuccino. That's fascinating. Cappuccino. Wait, is cappuccino like sweetened coffee or something? I'm not exactly sure. I can take latte. I guess latte is okay. So, but not espresso, not black, and whatever else is very strong. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused that filled it away. Proceeded to the shop in order to explain the situation and redeem my article. And of course, this was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. There is something. I need to present. I need to present that. Present. E. That redemption ticket for the small box. This disc was deposited at Windybank's on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Well, there were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Sculpion brothers. This is the second ticket, isn't it? Is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this great fellow needed a small box that very night, does it?
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Can you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. Excuse me. And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained during this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McKill's small box has been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very false shop, it would appear. And then, here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Bam, 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 bam. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Oh, so we have another use for the stereoscope again. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Where was I? Oh, I was lost. Sorry. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, At Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Count Quack. That's so cute. That's such a cute username. Count Crocula. How have you been? Well, kindly welcome home. Please say hi to the chat if you're so willing to. Dear sir. Hello. Quackula. So cute. Count Quackula. Are you afraid of the night? Do you quack if it's too bright? I'm sorry. But yeah, welcome. And happy holidays. I hope you're doing well. And the Heart's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker in the night in question. You're doing quacktastic. How are you? How am I? I'm doing fabulous. Vanessa is doing great, my dear. I'm just chilling and trying to finish the last episode of the first game of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, so that we can start anew next year with the next game and with other games, and then maybe we can do more karaoke and do more stuff for stream once we go back. This is most likely gonna be my last stream of the year as well. So just enjoy and chill down, and if you have something to say in chat, feel free to do so. You're always welcome, guys. You're always welcome, you're always welcome, my dears. And thank you again for the follow. Yeah. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Oh no. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Matilda's bond box, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? The use of piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Pam. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? Of course, we have to use the stereoscope. Ore this. Mate. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh. Yes, you've got the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you?
You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Let's see. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Ooh. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. I mean, it's there already. But granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh, oh. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, ta-da! Happy birthday to you. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that a small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. And that may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But that doesn't... the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything, right? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonged to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Let's drink while we wait for that small box. Are you doing well, guys? I hope you're all doing well. Do you guys have work during these days, the last few days of the year? I hope you won't tire yourself. I remember like when I still worked before, and there was work during the last few days of the year, just before New Year. Like, it's not as busy as usual. Well, it depends on the kind of work you do, of course. But most of the time, this last few days was a lot more chill than 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 like the first part of December, which is pretty hectic for most part. It depends. Yeah, don't tire yourself. Please make sure to eat, drink if you need to, and stuff like that. Okay, where was I? We should have a report within half an hour. Okay. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, this is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning that this witness intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Hmm. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if the gold or jewels, is it? The goodness knows Mr. McGillis was rich enough, but you can't deposit cash at Brown Brewery. I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Explain what possible significance this commonplace article spawned by this fine citizen could have. Oh no. Well, counsel, it's your argument, in fact, demonstrable. Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they are related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Matilda's true nature, true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake, that the defense argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Oh my gosh.
But Ginny,
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's holding this now? Because he's anticipated everything?
but maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybanks is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Of course, we have to let Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witness currently in the stand may step down until further notice. And then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Reno.
Good luck to us. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed in death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither this nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I've already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Oh, please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But
Remember, little girl.
7, Kylie, welcome home. Happy holidays. How have you been?
If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
Huh?
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Just woke up from nap? Ohayo gozaimasu. I hope you had a good nap. And I hope you're having some good dinner as well. How about me? I'm doing great. I'm doing well. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side.
All right then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. It's probably to kung ako si Karen. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, if it would appear that Mr. McGilden's Pond articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Thanks for visiting. Thanks for dropping by, Seven. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin all of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair of the roof deck went off called stops. That's when Mr. McGilda slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to one about what I'd seen or heard.
Pop, 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 pop. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have educated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilda fellow was brought into the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They're all in on it together.
You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Narrow is the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
You really stitched everyone up, did he? What an operation to get a man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilda was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. We're Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances.
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't really hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
Excuse me. So what did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About that disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought. If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me loads of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was kind of a rapid noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Oh, there were two gentlemen occupying the seats on this roof deck, I believe.
That's right. He must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knives in his guts. While they screamed, the diver rolled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
But they immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Gilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. It's all coming back to me now. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. How do you remember names? It's tough for me to remember names that well. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run at the pawn shop roundabout.
That pawn shop obviously being Winniebank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver.
Like, oh wait.
Just gonna eat.
Okay, have a nice dinner. Eat well.
He folded it up all carefully like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, was she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Derek's cabin. He threatened me to not snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Threatened you? How exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was...
He told me I've had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? For depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I liked it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth at that.
Jeannie's really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yeah, and to think her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
We did. Suppose. And another thing. What's that? Ooh. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something.
I'm not sure if I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Yeah. Whew. Alright. Alright. ちょっと待ってね. Before I proceed, let me save this up. Let me grab something, like some snack, and just take a short break, okay? And then I'll be right back. Okay.
I am back. I got some cake. I got some cake. 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 Let's go back.
What to present? I was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, but this was on the floor. I had a scream from over me and the pair of the roof deck when the call stops. Wait. Tatomate. It's this one. Probably it's this one that we're gonna present. Let's go back first. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing. Okay, wait. Let's go back. Let's try to present that evidence. Oh no, it's not this one. Oh no, 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 no. No. I have a chocolate cake right now. Wait. Then I hear a scream from over me and then the pair on the roof that when the call stops. Where is that review on the case again here? I think it's here. Who's that? Excuse me. Found deceased on the last schedule omnibus on days after Sambuan. Okay. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. Court surprise. Alright. Is it like the next one? Just snitch, not to say nothing to seen or heard. Do we present this then? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Why? What is it? What should I present, guys? Okay, it's nice. I was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. What was in here again? No. This doesn't say anything. Nope. Anything else in here that could prove to be something important? The disc? Maybe. Ashman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor. Do we present the disc? Nope. Nope, it's not that. It's not that. Fudge. Why is it so hard to figure that out? Which one should I present? Is there something that I should present? Maybe I should press again. Are we able to pursue this two talking to each other? Is there something you'd like to share with the court? Inspector Gregson, Mr. Graydon. Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Oh, I see. I mean, you're trying to give me a heart attack. We have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? Oh, with this fellow? Well, Hold on, the one sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
So that's it. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Stray. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. Oh, I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over a price, Makuda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Matilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I would do with a ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mrs. Strayed, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got no clue. But I reckon it must be worth a bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord. Ooh, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court inspection, sir. It's here. It's here. It's here. I shall eat while we wait. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. To be continued. Okay. One more. One more. Last part of the trial. Okay.
We can do this. We can do this, my dears.
What a pretty box.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Ooh. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. And then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. I see. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGild's disc deposited at Windy Banks. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGild's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGild?
Yes, sir. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, oh, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Finally. Eh? Wait, my lord. Why? Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Hmm. Hmm. But no, the piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard is some. Tachi, Yokai, welcome home. How have you been? Hmm. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. How was your Christmas? Just checking people out? That's fine. Thank you for checking. Here. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. It's like a Morse code or something like that. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Like. Mr. Graydon. Relatives are far. Ooh, that's nice. This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. I don't think it's broken. I think it's a code. Gotta go out? Okay, take care. If the officer sent to fetch it, didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. I don't think so. Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in way of clues. From a faraway province. Really far away. Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. It could be a clue. I believe that could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination. It sounds a mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him apparently extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is. It's not supposed to be music. Oh, 7, thank you very much for the hydrate and the stretch. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Oops. Oopsie. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Let me hydrate. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Have you finished dinner, 7? How was dinner? I have just finished my cake. And finish up my drink as well. Which is good. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed art.
Exactly. But the music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo.
Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Even stream elements telling me to drink water. All right. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Hmm. Ah. Now, do you now realize what it is? Is that what these sounds are?
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the ones in the music box makes.
Exactly, right? Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Eh? What do you mean? Like, wait. Let's save. Let's save first. What? The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... It's probably this. It can only be this. Today's paper, counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord.
I was hoping you'd look at a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are now somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop.
Oh, me, sir?
Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Grayton, did you not?
Yes, that is correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say it, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Morse code. I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Oh my gosh. Order, please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, counsel.
Serving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information,
Hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
but in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
It would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night.
Because the article left
Behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it had gone to the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Grayton? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the event's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer had been prattling away.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies.
Response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Excuse me.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank, that being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason is no less serious. What? I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Grayton. So then, let us proceed.
Again. Oh.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. Yeah, we got things to say.
I beg your pardon, what do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
Name Sash Skulkin, occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell our out of Loveland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Bad timing, fellows. Very bad timing. Alright. Raiden's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class big maker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Well, look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like what we told us to do. If we'd known there was some dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Ooh.
What is this? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
One Mr. Elder Governor, what's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Grayton there.
We did, Gov, we did.
Ooh. Things are heating up. Quieten down, please. What say to that, Mr. Grayton? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little brother, get us some in the monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up top. And what the pleaser was shop, was it, eh? Royal bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Feed on and redeem is I get some food and then I eat. Well, I certainly Yeah, I've actually eaten a cake already, so it's fine. But if you want me to eat some more, I'll get some food. Yeah, it lets me eat as well. Raiden's counter. Okay, wait. Yep, I ate some chocolate cake, like a slice of a chocolate roll from Goldilocks. No, I'm not sponsored or anything. We just had some cake. And then I just before that, actually Coleman redeemed like feed on SN as well, and then I ate some brownies. So if ever you claim that, I would probably just get another brownie or something like that. Because we don't have any snacks in here right now that I can eat like easily. But we have Kit Kat. But if I get Kit Kat, it's another sweet. Hmm. Yeah. Anyway. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communication are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication stations officers aren't as slowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
Ooh, that's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in the process of idle stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, one of it. The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at cipher cracking conventions 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in process of idle stop.
She's fangirling. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone with the brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box, even for a few seconds.
Of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
Oh, I'll listen. Here in the court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash.
By combining
In different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to it, though there's apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying the subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things could slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Before we do that, let us examine the court record. We haven't even checked it yet. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sounds, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are blocked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is blocked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like this before.
Yes, it is strange. The music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. We still haven't investigated this knob here. No. That's not it. Okay, fine. Anything else in here? What's that?
Oh, what is it, Reno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then. Here it goes. Ooh, look at that. There's another movement on the underside. Oh my gosh. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on the side?
Yeah, I think so. And it looks like two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Eh. Wait, it's... Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? And this movement is like the other one.
The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also produces a single tone, like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different than the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different.
The music box can only play two tones. Oh, it's the answer. It's the answer we've been looking for. Oh, it's so cool. Okay. At least we know the answer. Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense. At least. Does this please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 dun. Oh. Wait. I mean, we're just about to... Alright. Let's open it. Okay, it's now open. Look at that. There's another movement. Okay, yeah. Yes. You already know that. We just examined it, right? Alright, we can present this one. Present. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box.
and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Whoa! This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Although, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc. Indeed, that is Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. We're all just going in circles. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. There was some low-class... How? So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker, stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived as an artisan quarters some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would an humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to witness testimony. Look, all we done is break into the gap. Okay. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Well, say. Silly me thought we just pumping over a matter after all the years, but the brother had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Scullion. After all the years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Ooh. Is something wrong, Mr. Scullion?
Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from a poor part of town just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton Scullion Milkman? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom.
And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the cheeser asked us a question, didn't he? He was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes, let's add it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Azami. Okaide, welcome home. How have you been? Happy holidays. My lord. My lord. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Wait, I actually used up all my and stretch. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. How have you been? Welcome to the chat. Please tell us about yourself if you want to. But you're free to lurk as well. But yeah, you're pretty much welcome here. I'm gonna get some water in the time being, and then and I've stretched already. Thank you so much. Or I'll probably get some tea as well. Okay, I'll be back in a jiffy. I promise. I won't even turn it to the other scene. Okay, shut up. There, I am back. Thank you for the hydrate. I got some water and the stretch. How have you been, Azami? Welcome to the stream. Let's hydrate some more. Yeah. Alright. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Konnichiwa! Kaede, welcome home, Kaede. Happy holidays. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Them were the days. Milverton. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh mail to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Wait, wait. Let me just check the court records. Milverton. How come that name sounds familiar? Milverton. In the bench, another straight, Ashley Graydon, Tobias Gregson, Male Strongheart, Baron Van Zeek, Skulkin. No evidence. Pawnbrokers, Milverton. It's in the box. Genius representation papers. It's not here. Okay, not there. Never played Ace Attorney before or seen gameplay, but are you interested to play it? This might become a spoiler for you then. Guys fired Mason. No. Up Windy Bank. No. Do you play other like detective games or something like that? You know, some kind of puzzle games as well. Not here. How about here? No. All you know is objection. Yeah, it is iconic. The objection. This is more like a different game, like a prequel of the game. Like the protagonist in this game is the ancestor of Phoenix Wright, the main game. You don't play any detective games, I see. Oops. Oh, I see. Milverton. Mason Milverton. The brickmaker. I see. That's why it was familiar. Okay. The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Excuse me.
Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you have worked that out. That is.
Oopsie. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because
It were the happiness of alms that one came from.
the man has katana in the court. Yeah, because he came from Japan and then he went on a trip to Great Britain in replacement of his friend who was supposed to like pursue further studies in law in there, and then his friend died during the trip, and then he was the one who owns the band that he was wearing, and then the katana that he was wielding as well was actually from his friend, so who died during the trip. So just as a remembrance, it's not like he was using it. It's also not like it has a reverse edged sword or something like that. He's not using it. Don't worry.
Yeah, this old man was struggling for money and such. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon Vancy. But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Ooh. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been Graydon ever since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Drayton. Uh, well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Yes, indeed.
All of a sudden,
We seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
it would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard it on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key was making headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. I think I know where to press. Do I know? What do we present first? Besides the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiation. It's not. I have no relation to the man. No relation to the man, but actually, if we check here, it's this one. There. Was that Wario and Waluigi? I never realized that you can relate it to that. Maybe they were inspired, considering they were brothers. But Skulkin, how would you relate that to? What is the surname of Mario and Luigi, anyways? Was it even revealed in the Mario, or is it Mario and then Luigi Mario? I don't know. I'm not so sure. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Yeah, time to Google, thank you. Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Objection. Yes, with short piece. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Aster, kindly welcome home. How have you been? My boy, Egg. Oh, have you played this before? Oh, 7. Mario and Luigi doesn't have surnames? Aw. Like everyone in that, what do you call that? In that franchise doesn't have surnames. Like Princess Peachy doesn't have a surname. Wario doesn't have a surname. Who else is in there? Yogi. How have you been, Aster? Highly welcome home. I didn't know you played this before, Aster. You know Egg. Your roommate played it, so I experienced some of it over their shoulder. you were lurking. You were watching a live stream, like stream live. Happy holidays, by the way. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. Princess Peach is
Each toadstool. Oh my gosh. Don't worry. I also know, like, I also experience like Googling names and stuff like that. I also Google, like, whenever I watch anime, sometimes, um, if it gets to the point that I get curious enough to know who were the seiyus involved in the anime, or like the voice actors and all that, I would go search up the anime and check it on Mal or maybe on anime, mostly on Mal, and then I would find correlations. Oh, this say you played this character and this say you played this character. I recently finished an anime, the summertime rendering, and the protagonist there is the voice of Tanjiro as well. So it was fascinating. I really like Hana in that school. So yeah. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Wait, why is it not autoplaying there? Nothing like hearing the same say in different anime. Exactly. Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Okay. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGill in collaboration with your father. Oh no. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say, that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilded. Mr. Grayton concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Mr. McGilded went sour and the brick maker met its end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question then naturally begs answering is this. Why was that the only one article? And the answer is obvious because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh no, what? Oh no. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. Chotomate. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Chotomate. Is this a 3 version of what Ash had played? Not exactly, because it's a different game. But I saw that Ashley is currently playing it. Like, I mean, he downloaded the Great Ace Attorney, but he's just not streaming it. But this is the ancestors of those. This is the ancestor of Phoenix, right? Like this person here, Leonosuke Naruhodo. Because actually, Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is something something Naruhodo. I forgot the first name. But yeah. 3D version, I think they just designed the characters to look more 3D rather, but it's not like it's yeah, something like that. That's why when I first saw this game, it reminded me so much about, VTuber models and stuff like that, especially with their movements because it's a lot more detailed than the original series. I'm having some tea. Don't forget to hydrate as well, my dears. All right. So this is the ancestor of Phoenix. Yes, exactly. This is where Phoenix came from. That wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? Oh no.
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Well, those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in the Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. I wonder what would happen if I remove this covering of the mic here. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not that I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Oh, okay. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Okay.
Okay. It's fine. Thank you so much for dropping by, Seven. Thank you so much for your redeems as well. Take care. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness. Ooh, we're learning something. That's right, Mr. Gaten. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. Oh no. Mata. Dare. Eh. You little upstart.
He made a grave mistake when he summoned me here. Eh? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you ever consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck. Oh. He's trying to turn it around. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what?
Nah, I don't think so.
Order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Let us fast. Nothing would give me a greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While the ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Nah. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. All lies, all lies. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. He claims, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Nah, I doubt.
Order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. True. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing that time. Oh really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. But we all know. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Herlich's work. His ideas are all.
Ideas no use here in science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordships, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals. Oh, hell, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yep. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot you.
But then the blood is from Mason, not from. It's purple. Oh, it's purple. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That thing is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the same time. My lord, the defense objects to test proposed. Nah. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination.
Excuse me. Once they find that blood in the overcoat, Gina will be. Counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
No.
Alright, let's do this. Let's press everything. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still at the near the entrance of the shop. Okay, Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had a revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the player who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help my little brother, but the old geezer chucked me in the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that made him scupper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gub.
When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I see. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly at the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you.
So it would appear.
When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped it in my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Well, did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest.
Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
And I pulled my gun on him. He tried to show me out of the way. And then scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about the head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you, Berglin Brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No, not likely, Gov. I see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet has been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet was from Windybank's gun, grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun wounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not a murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. But that's weird. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. All over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color? But I assure you, the garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they only accept
Hermes chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out to the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? That's weird. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? Oh, that's right. After the broker fell into the floor, she started walking over. Walking over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on the side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? Yeah, exactly. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. It's so sus. It's just so sus. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours, truly. I'll have to clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. President flew to your door to tidy up. He thinks he's blooming mum sometimes. It's a blooming mum sometimes.
I was paying you enough, my god. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Hey, you're like a bullet and a gate. Are you? Oops, oops, oops. Admit nothing of the sort. Ooh, let's pursue this. What's happening here? Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize we're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
I mean, this is a beautiful no again, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me with whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention third column when he got down the station?
And why didn't you?
Cause we didn't know nothing about it. But that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blind me. See the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this E gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that was like Greg's. It wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
OOC. Yeah, definitely. OOC. My lord. Oh no! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt this cross-examination. Oh no! Explain yourself, officer. It's the coat. I have the results of the test was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the black on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. It's here. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. It's not a gunshot wound. No. Why do you have to spin like that? See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Woodybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood that splattered on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence, and yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself. Oh, but that was... I call it badly disgraced treachery. That's what it was.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But... We use Mr. Sholmes' specifically formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Briroski to Salim boy and he ran away crying.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. No, of course not. My lord. Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now if you please. Oh no, Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
有罪
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 Oh no.
有罪
Oh no.
有罪
Use I.
有罪
Use I. No. No.
Fudge.
Ah.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Oh no. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who is this? Who is this? Oh, would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That would be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Okay, what is this? I know that voice. And am I going mad? I think. Mr. Soames. What's the meaning of this? Order. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well as I would be. And this was someone of an errand. What errand?
Hurry! It really is you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, this trial has taken many hours of the court time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we're not going to waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Bam, ba, bam, bam. Ba, ba, bam, bam. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Soames, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me. Should I pass out? Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurry! This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful a chemical blood analysis is.
Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right.
Modestly, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. Furoshiki, a leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? Susato-san, if possible matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Hatter foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Ooh, what is this?
Oh, it's a machine I made.
Ah.
Look, hi. Hello. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
Oh, what's that?
I call it the cat flap-o-mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Baggy in seconds.
What? So what's the significance? I still don't get it. ちょっと待って. How?
What is Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left.
I'm a failure.
Wait. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. Setsu, kindly welcome home. How have you been?
Good evening.
I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something about that? And happy holidays. Just babysitting, little bro? How old is your little brother? If you don't mind sharing. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering.
But I'm sorry to say
that I've been a complete failure.
He's 10 years old, but just a bit special. I see. That's nice of you to take care of your brother. How was your Christmas? How was your holidays so far? And congratulations on getting like good marks on your tests. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? You're just chilling at home? Ah, that's good. That's good to know. We'll be visiting Grandma soon. Ooh, hello to Grandma. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Take care. I'm grateful for you for affording that of a freezes, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Excuse me. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I think it's almost ending. So I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes.
The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. It's almost the end. My lord, the defense requests... ちょっと待って。 I sure love how dramatic this game is. Yeah. Have you played this before? Or have you played the other games? Have I asked that to you before? I'm not so sure. I'm sorry if I forgot. Honest, and it's kind of forgetful sometimes. Totomatte, let us check the port record before we press anything. Ooh. Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job.
The cutter rotates 10 times per second.
So it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two bars at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the sections of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it is for, but feels like the reality of the cat's weapon is that it's a supreme weapon for door destruction. What guy so adorable?
Well, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
No. Something. Something. Must be in here. Must be. Why? But what? What? Why? No. The name is very cute for something so vicious. Yeah, exactly. Let us check the other evidences just to be sure before we say anything. No. Genius representation papers, no. Blood samples portfolio. Let's just check this again. So we have this one, this one, and then this one as well. No, not here. The manuscript, the pawnbroker's ticket code, Mr. McGilda's case notes. I think it must be. Wait. Because when I first examined here, there was nothing in here. Like the pop out, like the where you can see, it's not visible there. Okay. But after the murder has taken place, you can finally see that there's a hinge, there's the peephole there already. So I think that's it. Stereoscope, music box disc, Chom's pouch, third bullet, small music. Okay. I think I know now. We should also save before we go further. Save. Yes. Alright, save complete. Let's go back. Alright, I know where we are. We need a further cross-examination. Why? The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yeah, exactly. They interrupted the cross-examination. Exactly. Thank you, officer. Very well. Hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. Yep. The judge looks like Santa Claus. Merry Christmas. I mean, even Iris calls him Father Christmas. If you're an extradition, the court is obliged to allow it. Yep. This is absurd. Dam. He's even wearing a red coat. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. And agree. Oh, you noticed. And one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against this. Wait, ちょっと待って. I missed the conversation. ちょっと待って. You must choose but one statement from the witness testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Ah, I see. Yeah, Christmas colored, exactly. Okay, I think I know. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Like, does he really have to do that fainting that way? Mr. Shams, his name is Naruhodo? Exactly, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. His surname is Naruhodo. He is a relative of Phoenix Wright, because Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is, I forgot, Naruhodo. Oh no. Poor Mr. Shams. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. What the heck is insouciantly? Is it that? Is it read that way? ちょっと待って. I need to check. I need to know. Insouciantly. Light-hearted, unconcerned, nonchalance. Okay. Insouciance. Wait, the volume is down. Insouciance. 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 Insouciantly. Insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Shams down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Oh my gosh. I have to save this first. I am so scared. Like, I would lose everything. Okay. Let's go back. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. I cannot press everything. I can only press one. I can only press one. So annoying. Again. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When the Windybanks threw Nash over the counter, I felt sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. We have to press this. Mr. Grayton, I think... Oh. No, my learned friend. I take issue with you. Oh. Oops. His lordship made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. Okay, fine. The prosecution demands stern punishment for any mischief used to make more of... Okay. Alright. Totomate. Let's load it again. Again. We don't want to waste any life. Okay. Let's do it again. It was there, right? I should press there. I mean, I should present there. Totomate. Let us save here so that it's easier mm, to recover in case I presented the wrong evidence back. Alright, I think I know what to present. Okay. Peephole in the door. Present. There was no peephole before that. Please let it be this. Oh no, it's not this. Okay, not this. Ah, fudge. This is so. Time to drink. I drank all my tea. I need to be able to finish soon. When the man threw Nash over Carter fell shut. Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. Could seem there are people in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. She tossed the gun out of the peephole. I mean, do I present the... Let's just try. The tool, the cat flapple-mat. Oh, there. Okay. Yes. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winnebank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made a peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Idiot. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. But that is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon said... But wait. I mean, it's not in the while in pursuit. It was weird because the moment they went in there, and then I kind of forgot the sequence. Like, Mr. Sholmes was shot first, and then they looked through the peephole to see what had happened, and then Sholmes instructed Naruhodo to look for to catch up with the Skulkin brothers. But I don't remember any use of the contraption anyways. It's riddled with holes. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Grr. Yeah. Order. Is there any credence in this revelation? I want to have my own gavel. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner.
Why is Waggy here? A cute cat.
Well,
young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat class in the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door and the windbags was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps and cat flap trays are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at wingbanks are an exact match.
I mean, there's more. There's more evidence.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was a peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, of course you have proof.
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Um, it's loading. That's why I was. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of the Windbank storm was created after the event and not before. Chotomate. We save. We save first. Yes. Okay. Patapos na. Oh. We saved already, right? Sorry. Like, my mom was asking if I'm already done. Okay. We have to hurry. Almost done. The proof is in here. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? Sorry. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Or, in other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh no. Order. I am satisfied that the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Excuse me. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious? That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with the crime scene. Oh no. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man's the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right.
Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... It's the bloodstains on the coat. I don't have to say them. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrange's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when he shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Oh. Has the cat got your tongue? Witness. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of bond articles and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working round the clocks and shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have access to the shop. Oh, Kylie, welcome home, Peachy. You made it to my stream. Congratulations. Should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door, so the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. How have you been? Happy holidays. And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Spicy noodles for breakfast? Oh my gosh, drink some milk. Or do you like spicy food? Not sure I would recommend that. What kind of spicy noodles is that? You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. You do? Sometimes I like it, but I also am not good with spicy food. But there are times when I crave for it, Chinese style with a bit of soy, sugar, and chili peppers. That's interesting. And to have it for breakfast, that's weird. Like, isn't it weird to have something spicy for breakfast? But, you can do your thing. But did you make it yourself or did you just buy an instant noodles like that? Like, I'm curious. I want to taste it. I want to try it out. It was left over from the other day. The holidays filled. Oh, you made it yourself. That's amazing. That's cool. Yeah, please make some for me too. I want to try it. I know the feeling of like holidays filling your fridge with too much food, but at least you have like food for a week or two, especially if you're living on your own, right? And sometimes we make more food during like New Year as compared to Christmas. So I expect New Year and the first week of our New Year to be filled with so much food. Yep. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. I made this. Oh, really? It nearly killed him. Oh no. Please just lessen the chili. I hope I'll be able to take it. Like, if I try it out. Nechan, how am I? I'm doing great. Missed you. I missed you too, Peachy. It's just so nice to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, why are you crying? No, don't cry. I'm doing okay. Must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Wait. Who is the person in question, counsel? Oh, Coleman. Coleman was calling Peachy. Okay. Because you have the same color of names. That's why I was... What? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Who? Who indeed? Who? Wait, chotomate. Let me save this first before I give like a wrong answer or something like that.
Okay. Okay, let's go back.
Peachy. Happiness is just around the corner. Hey now. Da, 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 da. It couldn't be this too because they didn't know the existence of those. So it can only be Gregson. It can only be Gregson.
Yeah.
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me? You're all so cute, guys. You had better have some proof to substantiate such rash claims, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Grayton would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his kin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions... What?
Ooh, I've just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, and now you mention it.
when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. Yeah, they were koso, something like that. I remember finding it strange at that time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I think I know which it is, what it is. I mean, I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of What? That was too fast. I didn't catch the word. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded on the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Excuse me. If Inspector Gregson, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. So many wiggles.
Do you think it could be?
Yes. It's a missing link that would join all dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Say first. Okay. Back. It is this one. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged a disc something. You little Oh no. Oda. On the day of the incident, when we met you at the Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever is McGill down to the yard, thank you very much, so hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. Oh no.
No.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in stealing government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that is all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between them. Why do they have to peer away like that, like a ballerina? Santa's wig snatched. If, and I stress, if the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How can he possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has. The second is actually on this person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could have only have struck a deal with each other when Jean was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit the body search. Ooh. He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. It is indeed serious. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about the country's most serious police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just treading Iruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow something doesn't feel quite right here. Why bonk me? I didn't do anything wrong. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? I think we should search someone else. But who? Oh, you were just testing new rewards. Go ahead, test it out. Test everything you haven't tried. If you have enough points, that is. Do you have enough points, Peachy? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Oh, okay.
Chotomate. A funny hat. Let me look for a funny hat. Chotomate. Chotomate. Hat. You have to let me know which hat you'd like. Chotomate. Hat. Oh, cap? We have a nightcap. We have that Santa hat. What else do we have here? Can you see it? I'm not sure if you can see it. Wait, let me move to just chatting so that you can see more. Okay. Oops. You cannot see everything. Nightcap? You like the nightcap? Let me let you browse it first. We have black cat ear, black sunglasses, blanket, a cat blanket, cat ear, dancing pudding. Where's that? We have a headband, a helmet, bread. Wait. Oh my gosh, bread. Oh, wait. Where did you see bread? Oh, this one. You want the bread instead? Do you want the bread? I must confirm. Where do I add the bread? Where do you want me to hold the bread? Oops. Where do you want me to put the bread? Okay. Wait. Where's the bread? Here's the bread. Where do I put it? Do I put it in my lap? Oops. Okay. Put it on your head. On my head. Like, in here? Like, how small? Like that? Like, just stick it like that? Okay, fine. Oh, it's there. Okay. It's sticking. Okay. What are you doing to me, Peachy? I hope you like that. Best reward ever. Do you want... Wait. Let me see if there's something of a different kind that we can do. Yeah, we can put my chest over. Put my hand over my chest while the bread is there. What else can we put? Yeah. Let's sparkle and hearts over there. And then let's gloom over the fact that I am wearing this bread. Let's go back to the game. I hope you like that. Oops. I became small. Chotomate. Let me adjust myself there. Okay. Alright. I hope to find you a real bread hat. Alright, I shall wait for that bread hat then. Let me make myself bigger then so that you can enjoy the bread hat. There. Okay. Let's go back to the game. Almost done. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search on the inspector's personal effects. Oops. Oops. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. Can we autoplay, please? Autoplay. Lunriel. Hydrate. Thank you so much. And hello. Kindly welcome home. Thank you for the hydrate. Now, what is this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, eh? The court should have put, stuff in your completely back. Yeah, bread hat. We have bread hat courtesy of Peachy. Be quiet, all of you. Who was that? Oh, it was Iris.
Bruno's doing what you told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Is it the British way? Is it? Thank you so much for the hydrate again. And happy holidays, Liniel. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has a disc at that moment. There's only one person can be. Great package, thank you so much. Excuse me, stretch, checking my posture, and hydrating again. We also have to save first because we don't want to. Who? Who? Back. Go back. Who can have it? Of course, none of them. Probably. It can only be one of these two. Is it Nash or is it Ringo? Let's try Nash, and then if it's wrong, before you end stream later, you have to eat the bread first. Oh, seriously, you have to feed on Esan Ben. Ay, where am I? No, back. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey. You'll redeem that later. Nechan has to eat her hat. Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his... Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to this search. Ooh. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Arr. Bailiff, carry out the search. What is the inspector holding? It's fries. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Why is he gripping like that? Because he's guilty. Cut it out. Oh no. Like poor fries. Right. Here, my lord, in the witness pocket. I found this. Oh, we found something. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh my gosh, this is getting towards the end. I'm so excited. Order. Mr. Culkin, why have you to say yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just... Gordon Flamin Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. The counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between the infinite fries, exactly. It can also disappear, you know. Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who regularly loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you have left the pawnbrokery that night. What? Was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. And then they were doing that.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did. And I'm not gonna confess. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got no clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and was like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when he cut down the station? That's what he said. Yelled right down in my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did that. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig. You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in this is a court of law? He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium to use to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QTs. Strictly hush hush. What is QT? Hush hush. Hush hush. Hush hush. Da 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 dum, ba da 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 dum. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took the steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. The fries, the poor fries. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Graydon, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc on to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You. What? What?
You what?
Why is this not done yet? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit that making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. Ooh. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you make your decisions. I think I have to move outside the room now so that my family can stay over I'm in the bedroom right now. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Creighton is highly skilled operator's top, currently in process of idol's top.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson, Oyasumi.
Good night, Shybrak. Rest well. Is Jeannie going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Raiden killed Mr. Windibank or stole government secrets. There, my skid. Good night, Shybrak. Yes. Some evidence forced Gregson into admitting that he. Oh, very well, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No. Unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge announce Gino will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, you have to throw some evidence at them.
That's it now. It all comes down to this. What do I present as evidence? Gregson or Graydon? Shotomate. Let's leave. And I have to leave you hanging on that first. Because I have to go to the bathroom. Because I'm really, really feeling. I need to go to the bathroom. Shotomate. Okay. Shotomate. I'll be right back.
No, 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 no. Okay. Okay, the mic's back. I'm sorry. Like, I have to move my whole setup. Alright. So, who do we pin it against? Who do we have evidence with? What's our history again? Unless you come. Excuse me. I have to throw some evidence. Okay, you have to throw some evidence. Let's review evidence first. Let's see. We have the armband, we have the ticket, genius representation papers. Tasca. Is it really true? Like, people say Tascaru when someone sneezes? Like, that's absurd. I also sneezed like early in the stream and then someone said Tascaru. Blood samples portfolio, Iris story manuscript. No, pawnbroker's ticket for the coat. Case notes. Let's examine the case notes just to be safe. Man's killed at Lord Vensi's. Surprise. Okay, no, I don't think it's that one. This one, maybe. Not that one, but this one. Can we just check it again? There's a sensation story on places well look. 10-year-old. Secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Sneeze means Tasca. It's a tradition. Okay. Apparently they've been intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted by how? Would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps, could it be Galaxy is running from pillar post at that moment? No. It's possible, but can also not. Autopsy report. Eto ne. Single bullet. No visible signs of trauma. Instant death from post-anterior bullet wound. Bullet entered the. Okay. Nothing there. The crime scene photograph. No. Crime scene floor plan. No. Winniebank's gun. Skulkin Brothers' gun. A photograph of Gina before the murder took place. Post-shooting photograph. Stereoscope. We have the music box disc. We have the pouch. We have the third bullet. We have this music box. And then we have the cat flapomat. But what? Evidence against Graydon. On what? Evidence against Inspector Gregson. On what accounts? I don't want to leave it to the jury. If I leave it to the jury... Oops. I have to tighten my mic. Oops. Tighten. There. Alright. Let's see. If I leave it to the jury, I'll just try to restart it if it's wrong. I can't possibly decide this. Save first in case. We already saved before I took a break. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands. No. Look at how far we've come. This is the final stretch. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Who is the weakest witness? Hard. Just before you do, you deserve an explosive punishment. Okay, fine. Oops. Reload. We try again. But to who? But to whom do we present our evidence?
Is it Graydon? Let's try Gregson. But what do I present against? Who is weaker? But Gregson is more. Let's try. But what? Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Okay. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you will leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Eh? Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get his detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Piece of evidence to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. What? What was that? What was that evidence? Not the post-shooting photograph. Not this one. It's getting hard. Which one? Stereoscope? Music box disc. Is it the disc? We can just restart it. It's wrong. Is that Mr. McGilda's music box disc, Council? Yes, so the first disc of the two, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilda's special music box, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Try everything. Yeah. We tried. Only this time. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, the disc, Council. No, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have the chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witnesses? You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be more like an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and because by fair means of foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Wow. Strong words. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Venzies, for Pete's sake, stop him. Inspector, you shouldn't know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Urgh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No. Very well. The defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request. Yeah, he's got style. The court will now listen as this music box is set. Ooh, that's so cool. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Very sassy indeed. Did you see those shoes? It's just fancy. listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Oops. Oopsie. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you instead, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case dealing with exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door? Inspector? I did. Stop. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said when the trial resumed after recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Like, I only have to whisper now. You're the detective who turned out the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may take certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains over on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. But yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole only had been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor. You. In the poor table. Traitor. Oh my gosh. What's this even? Oh my gosh. Oh, what's he doing? Bailiff, restrain that man. Oh my gosh. At once. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in a squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. So this is the truth.
You're very green with clear talent, so you won't have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me with the little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGill buy them for a handsome fee. And I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Ooh, fancy. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man from the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty has never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box disc made. A music box disc, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I had asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Wow. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGill it really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore it on my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh, revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. Miss McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Or are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. Oh, he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free. After. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Ooh. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom.
Oh, what's this, officer? This sooner than I'm sad to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Oh well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Ooh. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie to in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling count indeed. But that wasn't the end for me. That was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Oh well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
Oh, what's this? Winniebank's pawnbrokeries.
Aye, this pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is likely an extreme secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of Matilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork under the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only Matilda's overcoat and that one disc that was in its pockets. The all important music box with the second disc inside was missing because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me and the pawnbrokeries that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music boxes and the second disc were still in there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's when what prompted you to bring the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box and sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it onto my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. Ooh. A gunshot rang out in the shop. I felt sharp pain. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced her limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I'd rather decide to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang. Before I knew that what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I had intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry, Tail. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at the Windibanks on the wretched night. Wow. What a story indeed. Wow. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Excuse me. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Oh. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Oh, yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard of squadron standing by, sir. It is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Finally. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
無罪
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
Yay! Finally. ちょっと待って。Sorry. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure it would come out on top of a while there. Susie was right.
You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Hmm? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
I've never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contains a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. What? I'm very sorry about that. Just the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... something about sounds produced by the music box before? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones.
I was looking for my phone, like, I don't know where it is. Okay. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications. We know McGilda's conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Grade. And now that the man has committed his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. Hmm.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, milord.
that which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity, an appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing that doesn't seen most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to start changing how you are yourself.
Oh. If you wanted to change, you have to change yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop with the bank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! Finally! We see fireworks. Happy New Year. Yay! Happy New Year. That is all. Court is adjourned. Gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'm so happy. Oh, what's this scene? Let me give you a better view. Chotomate Bichi. On personal note, I must say you've surprised me, Far Eastern. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, he saw through the pretense of to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And after the same time, saw through the crime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. How much has he drank? Maybe a few bottles. Another thing, was anything curious about it? Oh, whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in this courtroom. In the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Wait, who? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Oh, I see. All right, then I will wait for that day if I must. Peachy, do I really have to get bread? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Doesn't have to be bread. All right. Okay. I suppose I have to get something first. Chotomate, before we party. Oh my god. But where's Iris disappeared to? Okay, let me get the bread. Let me get the bread. Chotomate. Wait, why do you have to redeem 2 times? That's why do you have to redeem? I will take a picture,
so that I can prove to you that I am eating bread. I have to show you before and after. I will send it in the Discord and then I will send it to you. I will post it on Twitter as well. Quietly because it's not time to eat anymore. Like, wait, do I have to eat 2 then? Can I consider that the 2 feed on essence as 1? Because it's already past eating time. I shouldn't be eating anymore. You didn't get anything crunchy in that. This is biscotti. No. But it's the wrapper that's too noisy. Please. It's a bit messy.
Wait. Thank you for the follow, unicorn.
Neshiska. Kindly welcome home. No, just clear my mouth. I hope that's enough proof. The best theme of the series for me has to be the Objection 2001. Is it this one or is it another theme? Like the theme playing right now? Is it the title of this theme? And thank you so much for the follow. How have you been? Ryuichi Naruhodo, Objection 2001. I'll be sure to check that out later. Let me just send this over here. Alright. Time to stretch. Been doing good, just had to finish a hard game. Ooh, what game was that? And welcome. Good job on you finishing a game. I'm also just about to end this game because we already reached the end, the conclusion. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
I'm sorry, I have to finish this food.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more I trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Oh, that hurts so much. Interesting. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. All right. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
Aw, Sogi, Kazuma.
Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Oh, the bread was good. Pardon the interruption. Who's that?
But what the deuce does a man have to do? No, sir, I meant your fellow.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I have been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. But I'm sad when I finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Shows. Yes, it was me all along, you see. I assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh, escape. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made menage of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. You're getting sleepy, okay? Rest well and Happy New Year. I won't be streaming anymore like in the next few days. I'm gonna be streaming like probably after the first week of January. So please take care. Have a happy holidays. Setsu, thank you so much for dropping by. Oh yes, and me. Sleep well. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Oh well, that bullet did cost me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. That's why I've been feeling somewhat cold. Try to take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes. In some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strayed.
What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean?
Because anyone who found not guilty in trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs, you mean? Like, God?
Yeah. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He would have gone the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that in the broad trotter, water rotten. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGillis of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strayed.
Boy, just give me a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order.
The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Indeed. Well, let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? There. Honestly, I went to the main entrance specially to meet you there.
Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not so sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful.
Ouch.
Anyway, I think it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look, I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge, Platter. I've got stuff to make amends for apparently all them fences. What is it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bug tartar stuff, one the lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But that ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, that's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like a lot like me from the slums, something like that. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Oh, she's crying. Oh, no.
Nothing.
Oh my gosh. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto? Yes.
What? What is this? Oh, what was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Mhm.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Oh, well. Hmm.
Oh, she removed her hat. Thanks, Otto. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Thank you for everything you've done, for believing in me.
Oh my gosh. Not at all. In fact, it should be my line. Thank you, Gina. But she was so cute. There and then. I have to make sure. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable big purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition and stars all over the front page.
Pickpockets innocent proven.
Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news? Or the bad news?
Ah, not again.
Well, what do you say, Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then. What's the bad news?
And a huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait. Dover?
That's right. If we had the station immediately, we may still make in time to wave Susie off.
Oh. Nice. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport director for Hoblaws. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid out the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but maybe I should stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? London, Victoria.
What? Almost done. We almost done. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Sato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's sweeting something. Oh. Mr. Sato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. And then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Aww. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mrs. Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Just the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. And still Bruno Zimmerman.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flabomat, so I put it up in my sleeve.
Really?
Then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in the visitor with the bank shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Ooh. Mr. Sholmes leaving Mr. Naruto. Right. After Mr. Naruto had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind. The storm door, you mean? Yes. If Chino was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about China, I simply had to know. So, you used the flapper to make the peephole in the door. It's captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of the Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes made my blood run cold. A thought started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone wicked criminals planned to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime has been committed, of course, and the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Was that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know, and I knew at that time that I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person would be convicted of crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you've saved me too from my regrets. Oh. Well, we must all be thankful that Mrs. Strait's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly.
Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages was inevitable, but trying to work that out, I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. What? What does that mean? Did he copy Sogi? What? What do you mean, Asogi? Well, that can be the real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know the name Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the anagram. Is it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important to the international communications. Well then, might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as I may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposed meaningless dots and dashes, it's made of the color drained from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names.
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is Ki
Gregson. Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Renate come from? Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be loads of J among them.
Are they gonna tell Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yumi? But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Oh no, they're not going to tell that he's dead. That is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps, if it's a dark cave, that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Ooh. It's time. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. We are really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Oh,
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
really, Susie?
Oh,
But don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah,
oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burial, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You knew very well what I'm talking about after that.
It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Mrs. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. This is finally the end. Oh, finally. Last cutscene. Last cutscene.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
What guy?
思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする
Let's hide the overlay so that you can see better.
僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会った
That's
これからも
really nice.
きっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がする
Oh, he brought his violin.
だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
Aww. Finally.
Oh my gosh, I've been streaming for 9 hours, almost 9 hours. Eh? Ah, yes, Mr. Narado. Yes, Mr. Soames, I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. What?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Oh my gosh. What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to the office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mrs. Sato.
You'd love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Soames. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Reno's words. I just know the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say. My gosh. We're done, guys. We're done. With it all. I'm so happy, guys. You joined me on this journey throughout the whole half a year. Thank you so much for joining me. Throughout the past 6 months of streaming, I appreciate you all for being here. And for staying throughout. To all the lurkers, thank you so much. So, I'll be saying goodnight after this. Okay? It's just, I'm just having a sigh of relief. Thank you. Have you been, I won't be streaming in the next few weeks. Like maybe 1 or 2 weeks. So I'll be greeting you all a happy New Year, advance Happy New Year. I hope you'll all have a good and peaceful celebration of the New Year. I'm also going to be greeting you all with just thank you for this past year. Even though like I've been streaming for just 6 months, but you really, I'm just really thankful and I'm really happy for your presence. Thank you so much. It's been a great experience. It's not like I'm saying goodbye. It's not like I'm going to a hiatus or something like that, right? I'm just gonna be taking a break for a short while. So oh my gosh. I can't believe we'll see again. Sas. I'm glad I started this case, and I'm excited to start over the next one next year. It's such a relief just doing this. I don't know. Even though I went past like the time that I should have ended. All of you still there, I hope you'll have a restful night. What is it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Is that all the line that he said? Her ladyship puts me to shame. I wonder how long will this be. Joni, my old jailbird. Let us make business taped up, I'd say. I hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Hello. Ooh, ooh. My favorite couple. They're back. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. I miss them. It's nice when you know when they incorporate like snippets in the credits.
Comes every day for another, so it ain't too boring.
I see.
Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Ooh, Peyton. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Wow. And the music in this game is also fascinating. So I really enjoyed playing through it.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
I think what Susato said is what I really want to say too. This past 6 months has been really a wonderful journey. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me throughout. Aww. Oh, print screen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What will be hereafter? Yeah, we're all done. Oh, what's this?
Asogi. Oh, yeah. The voice actors. But I listened to the Japanese ones, not the English ones. Yeah, we're all done, Peachy. I'm not sure if you heard my speech earlier, but thank you so much for being here. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I won't be streaming for the next few weeks, so I'll be greeting you ahead. I hope you'll have a peaceful New Year celebration. All right? Wait, I'm just saving up some of the screenshots from the game. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. I love you all. As your Anessa, of course. Hope you'll have a good rest, everyone. I hope this will be done soon. Can't I fast forward it faster? I want it to be faster. So that I can tidy up everything now. Maybe I can start tidying it up. Where do I start? I see. I should start with probably the other TV I'm using. Oh, so basically it was motion capture actresses. Ah, I see. So it really is 3D and then someone was wearing something. Ah, I see. Wow, they even have a violinist. Russian dial message. Wow. It's amazing how they everything that like the translations and stuff. I assume it's hard work. It's good that there's lead testers and quality assurance as well. How do you get to get that kind of work? I wonder.
Mr. McGill did. Romantic. Let me start typing.
Oh, where did it go now? No. I'm just starting to tidy up so that, I can proceed to sleep immediately after this. You all sleep again soon. As well, okay? Make sure you get a good rest over these next few days. And if you still have work over the next before the year ends, please don't tire yourself up. I'm still saying that my favorite character is still Gina. It's still Gina. Oh yeah, Pochong's 9 hours. What's Karisama? All right, it's finished now. It's finished now, right? Where is it leading me to? Why is it not ending yet? I'm waiting for it to end. Seriously. I don't know what's happening now. Why is it not playing anything? Please lead me to the end scene. Lead me to the. Oh, oops. There. Oh, there. He stopped. Nice poses. All right. I think that's really it.
This illustration. Print screen. Yay. We're done. Alright. Yes, Otsukawe-sama. I shall be closing the game now. Thank you so much for joining me as I became some kind of red somehow. I hope you have it all right. Just thank you. Good night, you all, and yeah, I shall see you. I will not raid anymore, so let's all just rest, okay? All right. With that said, thank you so much again, and good night to you all, and Happy New Year. See you next year. Bye bye. Bye bye.